Hey, Skylin, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I'm doing fine. I think Adamant is on the Discord, although he might have stepped away from the computer.
I am here.
Ah, okay. Yes, we're waiting on Ivy and Chris and Heather. Ken is on vacation today. He's off with a fun fishing trip. Yes, Pete is always lurking.
We all say it like it's a bad thing.
I'm not making any judgments. Just calling them like I see them.
After getting senior citizen emails, Gally.
That is... Well, that's likely related to starting to collect Social Security benefits.
I am not yet, though. That's the problem.
Oh. You're in the process of getting that all lined up. Okay. I am going to go ahead and turn down the music before I forget to do that. Skylin is giving you a hard time, Pete.
Oh, that's normal. I've known him for a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right, Chris is here already.
Yeah, I don't see him on either. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
A little tired. I just woke up from a nap.
Well, naps are important. They're good for the psyche. We know Heather's going to be a little bit late today. Laura may be, or Ivy may be, rolling in just about on time. Like she usually does. Okay, no problem. All right, well, I think that, Pete, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started. And we will start with you after we do the introduction. Hey, welcome everybody. I am DM Galibar, and this is session 97 of the Walker of Waterdeep campaign. And unlike most of the time in our campaign, the name is actually relevant because our characters are back in their home stomping grounds of Waterdeep. After adventures in various planes of existence across the multiverse. So we have a number of characters. We have 4 of our characters who will be appearing in today's episode. Galibar, Elora, Enka, and Adamant. Our 5th player is on a fishing trip today. And he's getting some vacation time, so we will wish him well and hope that he catches a lot of big tasty fish and has a good time. And we look forward to seeing him back in the next session. A little programming note for the viewers. We will not be having a session next week because I am not available next week. So I have a conflict next Sunday, so we won't be playing. But we have Adamant here. We have Galibar here. We have Enka and Elora on the way. We know Enka is going to be a little bit late because of a conflict that came up with her at the last minute. Taking her away from home for a little bit. And we're going to go ahead and get started picking up with our vignettes with the various characters from last time. Adamant had been visiting the Temple of Moradin, and he went there because he felt like maybe he needed to atone for the people in Kamigawa somehow thinking that he was some sort of mystical, perhaps a deity walking encased in metal among their midst. And he certainly did not want to give that impression. And the clergy at the Temple of Moradin said, no, this is great because you now have people in a whole nother plane of existence that are starting to learn about Moradin, and maybe this is planting the seed of a new Church of Moradin somewhere. So this is fantastic, and they loved hearing about his tales of visiting Dwarfhome when he was dead, and all of the sights and sounds and experiences he has had. and they want to make sure that they make a full accounting of all of that detail in scrolls so that their scholars and their clerics can study those and figure out what the divine will of Moradin is trying to tell them through the experiences that his servant Adamant has had on these other planes of existence. So, Adamant, you have finished up telling your tale to the clergy at the temple, and at Lefgrim's request, they, because he so misses the sound of the ringing hammers on the forge, they have started the forges back up again. And Lefgrim seems very content to hear the ping, 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 ping of the hammers on the anvils as they are crafting items there in the temple. So, what would you like to do next? I know you have business with a couple of temples here. You also are waiting on some word back from Lady Silverhand on another issue.
Yep. I am actually going to head for Blackstaff Tower. I'm going
Okay.
to see if I can arrange for somebody to return Lefram to a mortal coil for a little bit.
Oh, okay. See if there's some way that they can get Lefram out of the forge and out of the shield and into a more dwarvish form for a time.
Yes.
A true polymorph.
A true polymorph. Okay.
Object to creature.
Yeah. All right. So, let's do this. There we go. Because I want to just.
We'll see his friend there at the Blackstaff Tower.
Yes. Where is? Okay, so Blackstaff Tower is sort of up here to the. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. You are down here, and
Yep.
Blackstaff Tower is right there. It's about, well, actually, it's not right there. I have to, no snapping. Let's do this. There. That's exactly where it is. That little item C6 on your map is Blackstaff Tower.
Right.
And it's a little over a mile away as the crow flies, probably as the Adamant walks. It's about a mile and a half as you go through all the city streets.
Yeah.
And you occasion a few glances from passersby. That it's kind of one of those things where you pass by somebody and you almost go, "Was that?" Because you all do have something of a reputation here in Waterdeep after the events of the Githyanki attack earlier about 3 or 4 months ago in calendar time at this point that happened in the calendar of Waterdeep. So you are headed up there, and as you get to Blackstaff Tower, you approach this huge edifice that looks to be, as you walk towards it, it looks like it was created from a single huge block of granite, maybe. Like it was molded more than constructed. And that is not much of a surprise to Adamant, because he's aware with all of the magics that Halaster Blackstaff had at his command, that he basically could shape the tower from molded stone and construct it without any sort of joints or blocks or things like that. I wouldn't say that, as someone who is a dwarven craftsman, I wouldn't say that Adamant would have any sort of envy about being able to do that. But I would say that most dwarves in this part of the world would probably say that the finest representation of non-dwarven stone craftsmanship, they would put Blackstaff Tower in probably their top 5 examples of that. They would then spend the next 2 mugs of dwarven ale telling you how well it really could be a lot better if you built it in the dwarven fashion. But they would allow us how, Halaster Blackstaff, for a human and a wizard, he done pretty good with that tower. So as you walk walk up the wide steps leading to the base of this tower, and you go in, we had names for your
I mean, it's been so long since we talked to this guy.
Yeah. I may have to go back to your notes, but I'll do that at the break. So you go into the tower, and you find your friend, and he recognizes you. He says, "Oh, Adamant! Yeah, you're back in the city. I heard a rumor that perhaps you and your friends had returned. They were saying that Vajra Sapphire herself brought you in this morning."
Indeed.
How are you doing?
I am alive. It's been an adventure.
It's been an adventure. And now, don't tell me there's something different about you. I can't quite put my finger on it. Have you done something? Have you done something with your ornamentation? Something seems to be a bit different about.
Well, you see, I died in a fire.
You what?
Yes. Died in a fire.
You died in a fire. Oh my goodness. Well, and you were resurrected?
Indeed.
Oh well. Oh well. That's fortunate, my friend. That's fortunate. Oh, what? I'm so glad that you're back with us among the living. What brings you to Blackstaff Tower today?
Kind of pats the shield. I would like to see about returning my friend here to a dwarven body for a bit.
And you get a telepathic communication from the shield. What? It's like a surprised and kind of almost shocked.
He's been stuck in this form for quite a while, and he's done good work. And I think he deserves a good ale or two.
And your friend says, "Oh, well, so you're saying this is a sentient item?"
Indeed, his name is Leffler.
Lefram. And your friend turns and looks at the shield and says, "Oh, well, Lefram, with your permission, may I do an examination to see if it is within the realm of our magics to grant this wish?" And you, Adamant, get a response from Lefram. He says, "Oh, I never even thought such a thing might be possible, but yes, tell him, yes. If it's possible, it would be good. And ask him, is this like a permanent change, or would this be for a time? How would this work?"
He says yes, and he asks if it's possible if it be permanent, or if he would have to be returned it to this form of the shield.
And your friend nods and says, "Well, that's something we would have to determine. It largely depends on when you're dealing with magic items, and especially sentient magic items. Oftentimes, extremely powerful magic has been used to create those. And while we have great resources here at the Blackstaff Tower, we don't have infinite magical resources. And we would have to see whether we would even be able to affect the item.
Of course.
So we would need to do a careful examination of it first." And Lefram says, "Oh, well, finger twiddler. At least he sounds like he has some sense to him." And so he says, "Yes, I would be interested in this." And so your friend reaches out his hand, says, "May I examine the shield?"
Yes, he'll pass the shield over.
Okay. So your friend puts the shield down, and he calls over a couple of other wizards, and they come over, and the three of them talk a little bit. And he's sort of describing what you've asked about the shield, and they look and they see the holy symbol of Moradin on the shield. And, they kind of look up and they see the holy symbol of Moradin on you. And so then they consult a little bit. And then one of them, who seems to be the senior of the three, steps up to Adamant and says, do we have your permission to do an identification on this shield?
Of course.
Very well. And he says, now, of course, you are a personal friend of Vadra Safar, so all of the material costs will be covered by the Blackstaff Tower. You do not need to worry about reimbursing us for any of the spell components that we use. If we find that this is possible and we need anything that we don't have, we might ask you to get it for us, but that would be the only sort of cost that you might incur.
He nods.
And so one of them gets a pearl, and then the three of them, they sort of start chanting and they cast spells, and there's like a little glow, and they sort of close their eyes and hold their hands out over the shield, and they, it's like their brows knit in concentration and their eyes are squeezed closed, and then they kind of, their hands sort of drift down closer and closer and closer and closer to the shield, and then all of a sudden all three of them, they sort of register this little look of surprise, and as they do, it's like something from the shield just shoves all three of them back about 7 to 10 feet. And they, a couple of them stumble. They don't fall, but they stumble a little bit. They all open their eyes, and then they look at each other, and they look at you, and they talk to each other. And your friend walks up to you and says, unfortunately, Adamant, no, we are not going to be able to do anything with this. It seems that this shield was forged either in whole or in part by an actual power, a deity, and it is resisting our even trying to delve too deeply into its secrets. If it has that sort of resistance to our investigations, it probably is going to just, there's not going to be any way we can affect its form. I would suggest that perhaps you take this to somebody like perhaps a high priest of Moradin and see if they would do that. It would probably take the will and the consent of the deity for the type of transformation you're seeking.
He rubs his chin and nods. Yes, that makes sense.
Nonetheless, it's a fascinating piece, and if you succeed, and if your friend is willing when he is in dwarven form, of course, we from the Blackstaff Tower would love to speak with him and find out about his experiences. There are some of our wizards who spend their entire careers studying the possibility of preserving one's intelligence and intellect by putting it in the form of a magical item. Some liches pursue, or some wizards pursue lichdom as a means of avoiding death, but that has certain drawbacks to it. It would be fascinating to hear from someone who has existed as a sentient item and find out their experiences and see what perhaps we could learn as wizards from discussions with someone that has been in that state.
Oh, we will see what we can do.
Oh, very well, very well. I don't think any of our folk are going to want to touch that again, so you are free to take your shield and
He picks up the shield.
Okay. And he says, I'm truly sorry, Adamant, that we couldn't be more help.
No, it's all right. I will go back to the temple and look into it there.
Very well. And then your friend will spend a little bit of time asking you, if you care to share any details of your adventures, and you can choose to tell him however much or however little you want to.
He would tell him all about it.
Okay, well, he's fascinated, and of course, as you're talking to him, 2 or 3 other people, and then some junior wizards come over, and there are different points when you talk about certain things. They'll start interjecting with questions. The esoteric, arcane questions, and then of course there are things that they're talking about the transduction of the magical weave, and the way that the angle of incidence of the arcane powers would intersect with this aspect or that aspect, and some of it is just, it sounds completely alien to Adamant. And when you sort of do the at certain points, when you do the Warforged equivalent of shrugging your shoulders, it sort of ignites a whole debate among some of the junior wizards about what you experienced, what that must mean about magic and how it works in this realm versus how it works in that realm, and what would cause certain things that you experienced, and those types of things. So it's you occasion a great deal of debate that is probably going to result in a lot of nerd flame wars within the tower.
Yeah. I stuttered again.
Well, hey, Adamant, at least you're consistent.
Yep. At least he's consistent.
Yes. Okay. So let's go take a look. Okay. Good. Galibar. Last time we talked with Galibar, you were on your way to visit your mother. And, okay. So, you, I think, were riding up towards her house, and as
I've got the sky self up, so I look like I did before I left.
Okay. And as you round the corner, and you see her house up about a half a block away, you will notice a familiar form standing out, kind of on a balcony that looks out over the street and the yard in front of the house. And no, this is not the figure of the house servant. This is, in fact, the figure of your mother herself. She kind of has that look of someone who just has been patiently waiting all day for her child to finally decide that he's ready to come home. And she's trying and failing to not look like she has been anxiously waiting all day for you. And so you see her up there, and at the moment when you first notice her, she actually happens to be looking the other way up the street. And she's not looking at you. So what would you like to do?
Well, I'm galloping up on a draconic horse.
Oh, okay. So you are galloping at this point. All right. I was picturing him just sort of walking, but
the horse
walking
has
on
like claws, I think, or something. So I'm not sure if it would be galloping, but it's
yeah. I mean, and yeah, a gallop is just a run by a four-legged animal where all 4 feet come off the ground at the same time. I think that's the technical definition of a gallop. So you don't need hooves to gallop. You can gallop as long as you have 4 feet and run that way, which is most critters do that. So as there's a bit of a commotion as you come up, and her head turns and she looks and she spies you, and her arms kind of fling out wide, and then they go to cover her face, and it's like she can't decide whether she wants to lose her cool and shout with joy, or lose her cool and weep with joy. So she sort of is kind of in that caught between both of those emotions as you come running up on your horse.
okay.
But she is again up on the balcony.
Okay. I will climb down. I'll like stop my horse in front of the house and tell it to stay outside. And then I'm assuming I have my own key, so I'm going to use the key to get inside because she's up on the balcony.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, as you go to put your key in the door opens from the inside, and the house servant that you are familiar with, he says, Master Galibar, it's a pleasure to see you. Please, Milady is waiting upstairs. You are most welcome. And because I don't know whether we ever established from Galibar's knowledge whether we ever established that your mother's house servants knew that you were more than someone that she was more than a patron, that she was actually your mother. I don't know if we ever discussed that in game or out of game, and I'm not sure that.
I imagine since she knew, she probably would have told them, but like.
Okay. Then that makes sense to me. All right. So he would then say, your lady mother is waiting upstairs. It is so good to see you home, Master Galibar. And he sweeps an arm to let you in to the door.
He says, "It's good to be home. Thank you." And he'll walk upstairs and knock on her door.
Okay, as you come upstairs, and you get to the top of the stairs, the door to her private suite opens, and she looks out in the hall, and she throws her arms wide and she says, "Oh, my boy, my dear boy, my dear boy." And as you walk up the hall, she sort of runs towards you with her arms outstretched, and she just gives you the big, huge hug. And as she does, she starts crying tears of joy as she just plants motherly kisses on your cheek and hugs you and says, "Oh, I've been so worried about you. Oh, it's so good to have you back home. Oh, my dear boy. Oh, it's so good to have you home. And I've missed you so much."
I've missed you too. Shall we go in? We have much to discuss about my previous journeys.
Yes. I want to hear all about it. I want to know everything that's happened. And of course your rooms are made up, and you are welcome to stay here if you wish. I know that you have very important friends here in town, and that the last time before you left, you were a guest of Lady Silverhand, and I can understand if that kind of prestige is very important to you, but you are always welcome to stay here, my boy. And you're my son. You're my son. And she gives you a big hug, and she sort of blubbers as you guys head towards the her suite, and there's like a sitting room and stuff, and there's a couple of big plush chairs, and she sort of points you towards the largest of them, and then she sits in one that is nearby, and she says, "Shall I ring for the servants to bring us some tea or refreshments?"
Sure. Before I sit down, while going through town, decided to hide a few of my new changes from public eye, just to avoid getting the attention of a lot of people. And when she is like separated from him and sat down in a chair, he'll drop the disguise self to show her his new form.
And there is a bit of a there's a bit of an intake of breath from her.
I look more like you than father now. And he chuckles.
And she just sort of, her hands go up to her mouth, and of course she sort of has that dragon snout as opposed to a human mouth, so her hands kind of are more horizontal across her mouth than vertical in front of her mouth, the way a human would be. And she says, "Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. it's like Great Uncle Kandrox. Great Uncle Kandrox. Mother always said that his blood was recessive in our family and would not show itself. But Great Uncle Kandrox is the last true half-dragon that we have had in our bloodline. He was my great uncle, some 5 generations before me. I cannot believe it. And I'm going to put this in a PM PM to you. So
it seems all I'm missing is the wings, but I have magic to let me fly for now. Chuckles. I was actually quite surprised with this change. It was due to, well, in one of the other worlds that I visited, I helped assist some dragon guardians there, and they, as a boon, awakened the draconic blood that was in me, and well, I became this, as well as some other things. I'm more adept at magic than I once was.
that is most interesting. It is said in the lore of the family that Great Uncle Kandrox was one of the last servants by vocation, one of the last servants of Bahamut that has been in our family. I wonder if that has anything to do with your transformation. Tell me, have you felt any sort of calling from Bahamut? I know you had a brush with the paladins of Bahamut here in Waterdeep when you were younger, and that it seemed to leave something of a bad taste in your mouth. But tell me, have you had any further inklings of anything like that?
Well, funny that you mentioned that. One of the things that I had to go do before I met up with you, aside from speaking to Lady Silverhand, was to go talk to them and tell them about the Dragon Guardians. And thanks to me having all my memory back, I was able to explain to them what had exactly happened. And as a reward to my request, I am going to become a paladin of Bahamut.
Ah, I see. Then perhaps this is the same thing that happened to Great Uncle Kandrox. Perhaps it is more a sign of the touch of Bahamut on you than something in the blood. But you must tell me all about these dragon guardians. I know I've heard you mention a bit of them when you in your messages, and I worried greatly for you. But clearly you have prevailed. Tell me all about this, son, please. And then she picks up a little bell and she rings it, and few seconds later, a woman will walk in the door, like a a housemaid will come in the door, and your mother will ask her to bring tea and bring some. There's some cookies that she remembers that you really enjoyed when you were younger, so she has you bring some of those, or she has her bring some of those, and then she also has her bring some other kinds of savory snacks and some fresh fruits and vegetables. And so the servant gives a curtsy and runs off and heads towards the kitchen. So you can kind of tell your mother as much detail. Would you leave anything out, or would you tell her everything that Galibar can remember about all the encounter with the spirit guardians and how everything went down and whatnot?
He would probably start from like the start of this whole adventure, but he would definitely leave out the Gruul clans.
Okay.
And he would probably. I don't think there's anything else he would leave out. So yeah, he'd just leave out the Gruul clans. And they tell her about the time he trapped a vampire in a bag of holding, the time they absolutely obliterated a slod, the and then all of the fights that happened in the other planes, and end with talking about how he helped end a 20-year war through a diplomatic marriage between the two people, and the fight with the corrupt dragon guardian.
Okay. All right. And then, as you go through all of this, and you you talk about that, you can sense your mother is absolutely enthralled by everything you're saying, and is very interested, genuinely interested in hearing all the details of your adventures. And roll me an insight check, if you will, please.
14.
It's 14. That's actually not bad. This is your mom, and even though you only recently learned she was your mother, you spent a lot of time around this person, while you thought of her as your patron in the gladiatorial arena, and you can tell when she's got something on her mind, and it becomes increasingly clear that she's a bit anxious about something as you wind up, as you wind through your story, and you finish talking about the fight with the dragon guardian, and the cleansing of the dragon guardian in Kamigawa. You can tell that there's something that she's a little bit anxious about.
What's wrong, Mother? You seem anxious.
Well, it's something you said a while ago. Yeah, you mentioned that all of your memories have returned, and I just wanted to know if you Do you bear me any grudge for not being there the whole time as you were growing up in the tribe?
Of course not, Mother. If you had spent all of your time in that tribe, you probably wouldn't be as kind as you are now, as orcs don't tend to be. I can understand not wanting to stay there, and I'm certainly glad you weren't when the attack happened. I'm sure I still have. I'm sure some of the tribe is still out there, as a lot of them ran. But hmm.
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so, son. Your father was one of the most noble people I have ever known. He had a combination of strength and a practical wisdom that comes from just being able to read the cycles of nature and the patterns of the animal migrations and the natural movement of the seasons and the sun and the stars and the wind. It was a very romantic time for me when I met him, and I was devastated that I had to leave, but I'm afraid harm would have befallen him and the rest of the tribe earlier had I not left for dragon folk kin. They can sometimes be very rigid in their ways of thinking. There are just certain things that are not proper for a young dragonborn lass to do. And I dare say running off with a half-orc chieftain is very close to the top of the list.
I can imagine. Orcs are not seen as very they're not seen as a very good race by most people.
No, that's I will say that meeting your father has taught me a lot about the biases and prejudices that I grew up with. And I have tried in the years since I've been working here and teaching in Waterdeep. I've tried very hard not to judge people by their heritage, and more to look to see if I could find their individual character. Because had I been a typical dragonborn, I would have just simply dismissed your father as nothing but a dumb brute. And I would have missed out on so much. And look at what you have become. You would not be here had I not seen something in him. So I try to remember that just because someone is a Just because someone is a drow doesn't mean they are looking to poison everybody, and just because someone is an elf doesn't mean that all they want to do is frolic in the woods. And just because someone is a dwarf doesn't mean that all they want to do is drink ale and craft stone. Everyone is an individual and should be treated that way.
Actually, I travel with at least a half drow and I believe a wood elf during my group. Uh, the the wood elf tends to be the more sneaky one of the two, and the half drow is a druid. Although she has been trying to get me to teach her how to use a whip, so there might be something there. He chuckles.
Yes, I think if memory serves, in some of the classes I have had on the Underdark, the matriarchy of the Drow, the scourge is one of their favorite weapons. Perhaps it's something she grew up seeing and is curious about it. I trust your judgment that you would share the knowledge with her if you think it would not be used ill.
It was quite funny seeing the look on. What was it? It was out of character. Jarlaxle was the drow.
Yes.
It was quite funny seeing the look on Jarlaxle's face when he started flirting with her, and I told him about her wanting to learn how to use the scourge. He was quite quick to back down.
Oh, that Jarlaxle Banray.
Yes,
The
he is apparently the lawyer of the group before I joined them.
Yes, that one. And I know I have just told you that I try very hard to judge people by their character, and trust me when I say this. I have had the I will call it fortune because I have not had any direct dealings with them, but I've had the fortune to meet people who have had in-depth interactions with this Jarlaxle Banray. While he claims to be an ambassador from Luskan, and on the surface, all of his bona fides seem legitimate, there's something that I can't quite trust about that man. He seems to always have a scheme going. I would caution you and your friends to be careful with him. If he ever tries to ensnare you in any of his plots.
Well, I believe we probably be too busy doing what Lady Silverhand wants us to do, as well as the air the very rude people in Ravnica. To do much of what he would want us to do. But I will keep that in mind.
She nods gravely, and she says, well, that's just the thing. Some of the rumors in society that I have heard in polite, noble society here in Waterdeep, some of those rumors say that Jarlaxle Bayenray has done nothing over these last months except to find his way to wedge himself more firmly into the confidence of Laurel Silverhand and an increasing number of the masked lords as well. He is a politician through and through, this Jarlaxle is. And I have never known any politician who loved anything so much as they love themselves. So just try to watch out for anything that has too much of his fingerprints on it, even if it does come from Lady Silverhand. It might be something that he would not be so clumsy as to whisper ideas to her himself, but through his toadies and those that he can influence, they may come to Laurel Silverhand as perfectly reasonable sounding initiatives. And you can tell she's like really trying to search for the right word. She wants to try to let you keep an open mind, but she also wants to caution you against trusting this guy too freely or too easily.
I understand, Mother, and I don't fully trust him. I don't fully trust a lot of people these days, but it's mainly the group I travel with that he is more connected with. I can't imagine he knows much about me outside of what was told in this little adventure debriefing, and possibly what he could have learned from the Gladiator pits.
Yes. Well, do you mentioned that you are still in the employment or under some obligation to Lady Silverhand and and her, and Waterdeep's allies from Ravnica. I gather that they're not the most pleasant folk from what you have said.
The ones in Ravnica tend to look down on people not from their world. The military there is quite annoying. They thought that someone as powerful as me needed two of their guards to guard me at all times, as if I was some kind of civilian. Turns out I could easily just outrun them, and they would quickly be out of breath. It was quite funny. Being much stronger than the majority of their military. And they still looked down on me. But I tend to avoid talking to most of them if I don't need to.
Son, I have seen that all of my life, or at least since I have been welcomed into the nobility of Waterdeep. People here in Waterdeep, the city of Waterdeep, tends to believe itself, as a rule, superior to every other place in Faerun. And the nobility of Waterdeep tend to look down on the hoi polloi of the city. I tell my friends that I trust that they should not do that, because it is the everyday people of Waterdeep that makes this city as great as it is. And that most often just makes them laugh. They don't conceive of how Waterdeep could exist without the, and then she kind of does a little air quotes, the wise and benevolent leadership of the cultured and refined nobility of this city. But the way I see it, most of the nobles are just simply rich folk who have been able, whose families have been able to buy their titles. And if it all were stripped away, they would be no better, and some of them might be quite a bit worse than the average Waterdeep citizen. So do not judge the Ravnikins too harshly, because you will find that same attitude prevails in all kinds of societies, even here at home.
The biggest reason why I dislike them is they think so highly of progress for their city that they destroyed the nature on most of their world. The only nature left is a area kept in like a preserve. Most of Ravnica is a wasteland because they deemed their city more important than everything else.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The folly and short-sightedness of humanoids, she says. And she shakes her head. You will most oftentimes hear criticisms leveled at the humans. But I think that is only because the humans are so numerous and their lives are so short and they reproduce so quickly. But if I firmly believe that if you left it up to the elves and they had their way, every inch of Faerun would be covered with manicured gardens and forests and glades that are bent to the will of their nature deities, which are more deities that seem to have the same artistic whims as elves. And if you left it to the dwarves, everything would be covered in stonework. So I'm not sure that dwarves or elves are that much better than humans when it comes to wanting to try to control and change everything. But I am glad that you see the folly in trying to control nature, because as I'm sure the Ravnikins have discovered by ruining their world, the nature will not let them get away with it forever. If they have not had their day of reckoning, I'm sure it will be coming soon.
Yes, that's what I expected, which is why I didn't join any of their high and mighty guilds. Didn't want to be as connected to them as the rest of my group did.
Ah. Well, you should listen carefully to what your colleagues learn from their connections to the Ravnican guilds. They may hear something that is interpreted by the guilds in one way, but that you are able to discern has a different meaning. So it is good it is good for you to have friends that are entwined and enmeshed in those guilds, even if you are not.
Yes, I leave it to those who are much better at something like that. The Wood Elf, I believe, has entwined himself in a bit of a complicated guild. Uh, quite worries most of the people I travel with, including me, and I think people here as well who have learned about it. Some of the guilds there are less, to say, good or law-abiding. They allow a powerful demon to run a guild there,
Oh dear.
and I believe one of the guilds is primarily necromancers, or at least they revolve around death. So
Oh, goodness gracious me.
allowing them to have a primary foothold in the government worries me. So
That sounds as horrible as the Red Wizards of Thay.
out of
Well,
character, would the deal with like the Red Wizards have already been done?
Deal
The
regarding.
the timeline of the Dreams of the Red Wizard campaign.
Oh, we'll have to talk about that offline because I'm.
Because you had said like some things from previous campaigns had already happened in like the last 5 years or so.
Yeah. The timelines are kind of from the published 5e campaigns. You're a few years beyond those, so that would be and obviously things that are from 4th edition and 3rd edition and whatnot. In the official D&D timelines, those happened in the past as well. So
This is after all of the published campaigns.
yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, that I believe like the Red Wizards are no more because of the Dreams of the Red Wizard campaign. But
Okay. Yeah, I don't recall that. I don't recall that being an official thing. So that's a third party thing. It may be, an alternate timeline. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even know what the Red Wizards were. So he'll just say, what were they?
Oh, Thay is a city-state to the east that is ruled by a necromancer who is a lich. And all of the most powerful leaders are undead. They had some role to play in thwarting the rise of the cult of the dragon a few years back. Those mad folk that were trying to raise Tiamat from Avernus in the flesh. So for that, we can all be thankful, but still, allowing an entire society to be ruled by a necromantic lich doesn't sound like a very pleasant thing to me. But let us talk of more pleasant things. And so she will go ahead and continue a conversation with you. And we are going to go ahead and change our focus a little bit to somebody else. But before we do that, I need like 3 minutes. So this is not an official break, but I need to run down the hall really quickly. Okay, sorry about that. All right. So we will leave Galibar talking with his mother and having more conversations with them. And now I see we have both Ivy and Heather with us. So we will return our attention over to the Yawning Portal. And last time we saw Elora and Enka. They were upstairs at the Yawning Portal, getting ready to have dinner with Oyahusa. And the servers have come and taken your dinner orders, and you have started eating. Pardon me. And and at some point there's a point at which Oyahusa seems to recognize someone, and he excuses himself from the table, and he does so in such a way that you guys almost don't register that he has gotten up and left the table until after he's already gone. But then you kind of remember, oh yeah, he said he was going over to talk to someone, and you start looking around, and okay, now he's done that thing where he goes and disappears, and now you don't know exactly where he is. So there are some musicians that are playing, the same group of musicians that were playing when you guys walked into the place. They play for about another hour, and then they exit the stage. And there is then a man that comes up onto the a man that steps up onto the stage, and he has a most interesting and most unusual looking lute. Enka, you are the bard here.
Mm-hmm.
So what catches your attention is the fact that the lute that this guy has only 3 strings on it, and he is he steps up, and as soon as he steps up, people start applauding and everything, and he takes his hat off, and he sweeps his hat, and he bows to the crowd, and he says, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to play for a time until our headliner for the evening comes up. I am, of course, your humble servant, Matram Merrig, but most call me 3 Strings, because my poor lute has but only 3 strings left. And he puts his hat back on his head, and he sort of plucks each of the strings individually. And when he plucks them, Enka's ears sort of just, do that thing where ooh, that doesn't sound right, because it's like
Get massive shudders because they're all out of tune.
Yes, they're a bit it sounds a bit out of tune, and he he plucks them each individually a couple of times, and much to your chagrin and horror, he seems to just sort of nod to himself like, okay, yeah, that's the way it ought to sound. And then he begins playing, and the chords that he starts playing, there's this dissonance that just, it's like grating. And it's sort of, that's uncomfortable to listen to. But then you notice that after 5 or 6 chords, something in the quality of the music begins to change, and you realize that now it's beginning to go through a different progression, and now it begins to resolve into this really lovely music. And he's continuing to play it on this lute that has only 3 strings. And then when he opens his mouth and he starts to sing, he has this really light and airy contralto voice that just sort of floats on the wind. And he's singing a really wonderful counter melody to the melody that he's playing. And the language is probably not a language that Enka is familiar with. What languages does Enka have?
See, I have. Well, fuck a duck. Oh, common, goblin, minotaur.
Okay, yeah, it's not a language that Enka recognizes. And let me take a quick look here at Elora's character sheet.
What about?
What languages does Elora have?
Elvish, Common, Draconic, Deep Speech, and Primordial.
Okay, yeah. The language that he's singing in is not something that either one of you recognize, but it sounds ancient. It sounds like it's some kind of an ancient language. And even though you don't understand the words, there's you just sort of get impressions in your mind from the way the music sounds and the way the syllables that he's singing sound. Like there's this tragic love story that's being told, and you don't know what race of beings this love story is about, if it's 2 beings of the same race, 2 different races, but it's like this cosmic love that builds a hope, and then just sort of the crushing realities of their culture that prevents them from being together. And it's just it's a very moving piece of music. And it's like you're not sure you've ever heard anything quite so dramatic that is in a language that you didn't understand. And your attention is kind of very much focused on that. I need to take a quick look at something here. And then there's, oh wow. Okay, so I gotta Gotta get up really early in the morning there to get anything over on you guys. So let's see. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. And oh wow. Okay. So you guys are really focused on this song, and Enka, you're just totally enraptured by it. Elora, you are really focused on this song, but you hear a slight creak of a chair. It's the chair that Leahusa had been sitting in. And when you turn and you look to see what made that sound, you see a man that you noticed earlier that had been sitting down by the bar. He's a man in a white polyester leisure suit with a very colorful shirt.
Not him. Didn't I already dress him down once?
Laura will kind of sniff the air and look at him and say, "Who are you?"
And yeah, when you hear Elora say, "Who are you?" You're like, "What?" And you turn and oh no, it's this guy, it's this clown. And the man sort of doffs his hat towards Elora, and he says, "Well, my dear, I have the honor to be Volothamp Gedam. I am a traveler,
Yes.
a chronicler,
Yes.
a historian, and
nobody.
An investigator of all kinds of adventures. And in fact, I was coming up here because I heard that my dear friend Oyahusa was back in town. And I was hoping that perhaps I would have a chance to speak with him."
Good luck. He wandered off earlier.
Oh, my
She'll
dear.
kind of glare at him, like her eyes go a little bit like narrower, and says, "Barely talks to me. Why would he want to talk to you?" She kind of sits there and says, "Privileged."
And he says, "Oh, my dear, I know that I could not ever hold the charms of a woman as lovely as you are. My dear."
Kind of looks like she's going to get green around the gills.
And seeing how Enka's response to him talking is, she'll kind of stand up and say, "Well, don't you ask a woman to be seated with them, not just take the invitation of an empty seat?"
And Enka at this point in time just kind of takes a little bit of a backseat to see what happens.
And he says, "Oh, well, my dear, I certainly meant no offense. I am accustomed to people hereabouts knowing a little bit about who I am. Your lovely Minotaur companion here was familiar with my travel tomes, and in fact, she has offered to assist me with some edits and updates on some of the monster tomes that I have written, especially as it deals with monsters that I have encountered here, which also occur on other planes of existence, where their ecology and habits are slightly different than what I have observed here in Toril. So by that count, that makes us practically friends.
Laura's cheeks kind of blushed in embarrassment as she didn't realize that him and Enka were so close.
But this time, you turn to see Enka giving him the stink eye. She's like, I did not offer anything of the sort. I just told you should be doing a little more research before you put yourself out there like that.
Well, but point being is, I don't know you, and I didn't give you permission to sit at this table yet.
And he sort of he looks at you, and he then something seems to register, and he gracefully stands, and he backs off a few paces, and without it seeming, it doesn't seem like any kind of mockery or any kind of show. He just kind of falls into a posture that you are familiar seeing, Elora, among men in Drow society, where he just sort of has a little bit of that humble posture to his body, and his eyes sort of they leave your eyes, and they sort of go and they fall to the ground. They do not look at your feet. They look at the ground about 3 feet in front of where you are. And he sort of has a slight bend to his knees, and an arm goes across his chest, and he says, "My lady, may I humbly ask your permission to sit at your table?"
Laura will look over at Enka and kind of
Enka's
shrug her
kind of like,
shoulder. Huh?
Interesting. You get this look on Enka's face like, oh, maybe he does have manners.
Laura will kind of shrug her shoulders and then come up to him and grab his chin with her pointer finger and her thumb and raise it and then boop his nose and say, "Well, I guess you can sit because you have some manners." And she kind of pulled up the seat for him.
The only wholesome female drow.
Yeah. and he kind of seems a little surprised by the way you have not displeased, but surprised, because that's definitely not what he expected from a drow female. And when he takes the seat that you offer, and he says, you are most kind, mistress." And he just sort of again sort of bows his head towards you. And Enka, you have not been in drow culture before, but you in your travels have seen matriarchal societies. And you've also been in patriarchal societies, and you kind of just instinctively know that here in Waterdeep it's more of a patriarchal society than matriarchal. But this man, just he seems like he's just very comfortable taking on the role of being a male in a matriarchal society. And it's like it's easy
Daddy
for
will
him.
be a pussy in bed.
It's
Wow.
almost too easy for him. It's like you can roll me an insight check
Oh, gladly.
if you wish.
Just her?
Oh yeah, 21. This is not exactly an act with him, but this is definitely a means to an end with him.
Mm.
He is definitely working to ingratiate himself into the minds and hearts of your traveling companions.
Mm-hmm.
And he feels like he feels like, and you'd have to talk to your other traveling companions to figure out where he's coming from on his claims that he's had before, but he feels like he has a legitimate right to be the chronicler of your adventures in other planes, and he just wants to assure everyone in your group that he will do whatever it takes to earn your trust and confidence, so that you would let him have the honor of telling your tale.
Hmm.
Now,
So far,
it's completely.
Aurora really likes this place. 2 men already bound outdoor.
Sure, one was almost out of fear, though.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
After I told him that you wanted to learn how to use a scourge.
Yeah. For Elora being a young drow with certain cultural norms beginning to reassert themselves in her mind. The reason is not important. It's just that gosh, it's really nice to meet men who know their place.
Can't wait to see her try to pull that with Oyo.
Don't you worry, it's coming. Don't tell him though.
Okay, well, so he will sit there and listen to the rest of this performance with you, and then he will say, Three Strings is such a gifted performer. Wouldn't you say so, Lady Enka?
She just kind of sits there and looks at him like, are you kidding me? She goes, yes, he's extremely talented, though the performance did start out a little bit grating on my nerves, but who am I to say I am not born and raised of a city, so what people like to listen to now, I'm sure is much different than what they like to listen to from where I'm from.
Yes, but that is part of the man's genius. That dissonance that you detected at the beginning of his performance, that is all very intentional.
Oh, I know it is. It's just, it was a little grating at the beginning because I was not prepared for it. But now that he's been playing for a while, I see the genius behind his work. Doesn't really suit me, but to each their own.
The tale of star-crossed lovers doesn't resonate with anything that you've heard from your culture. Your people don't have stories of such things like
Well,
that.
since I'm not quite sure what the whole story was about, since I don't speak that language. Sorry, I'm just a little country bumpkin. I don't know shit.
Laura kind
Well,
of smiles and says, "Am I a country bumpkin?"
No, dear.
She kind of looks worried at Enka. Like, what does that mean?
She's kind of like, no, dear, you're not. Means that I grew up in a very, some might consider backwoods society.
Laura kind of raises her hand and like, me too. Like, yeah,
and Volo is definitely listening to this conversation with interest. He's
And
like
about this
trying
time,
to.
she turns and looks her
discern.
eyes at him and goes, somebody has awful big flapping ears. They need to keep themselves to themselves and maybe go away.
Laura
Oh.
turns to her and says, well, he did give me some manners. So he is sitting at the table. He does have the right to the conversation.
And he turns to Elora, and he gives her a smile of gratitude, and he says, "Would my lady like to hear the story that Three Strings was playing and singing about in the rough translation?"
Laura kind of nods her head, says, I know Enka's kind of interested too. Don't let her mood despise you. Not despise. Distract. Yeah.
I think the
Distract.
word you're looking for, my dear, is disparage.
Sure. I don't know what that means either. Anyway.
And he says, this was an ancient story about two star-crossed dwarven lovers from rival clans. Now, there was a boy. The boy was Dugor from the Steelhorn clan. And the girl was Nekagror from the Deepblade clan. And these two clans, they did not get along with each other. They were rivals not only for the resources of the mountain range where both clans lived, but they were also rivals in their devotion to two different gods of the dwarven pantheon. One was devoted to Clangeddon Silverbeard, the god that speaks to all of the dwarves about taking up arms and defending the holds of the dwarves from all of those nasty creatures like the goblins and the orcs and even the bandit humans that would come and try to steal the resources away from the dwarves. Now, the other clan, they venerated Moradin, who is the great All-Father in the pantheon of the dwarves. He is credited with creating the entire world and teaching the dwarves all manner of craftsmanship, of the beauty of metalworking, and the permanence of stonework and the gorgeous architecture that dwarves are known for. But the competition among these clans was such that when the young boy and the young girl met each other and they started to fall in love, well, their daddies, who were both clergy within their respective churches, oh, they were sore against this match, and they forbade their children from trying to come together. But, you know, there are some times that the heavens themselves and the celestial powers will try to bridge divides within people. And many scholars say that it was the will of Clanket and Silverbeard and Moradin that these two youngsters come together and forge a love and forge a marriage that would bring their clans together. But the more these two young lovers tried to reach each other and tried to bond with each other, the more fiercely their own families and ultimately their clans tried to prevent that from happening. And so, one day about 10 years after they first started courting in secret, there was a great disaster that befell. A horde of goblins came into the mountains, and it was an army that was led by great goblinoid hobgoblins and bugbears and even worse things that were created by the evil goblin deities, Magubliet and his kin. And they overwhelmed both of the clans, and they destroyed every last single man, woman, and child in those clans, and destroyed everything that they had built. And the lesson of this is that if we follow the gods, we sometimes have to be open to the will of the gods, even if it seems like it's something different than we would believe the gods would do, because they, in their infinite wisdom, our ways are not their ways, and their minds are not our minds. Who are we to question the divine will if the clan of the Deep Blades and the clan of the Stonehammers were to want to come together? It's a story that moves me to the bottom of my heart. And he reaches up and he just sort of wipes a single tear away from the corner of his eye. It's so beautiful.
Enka just rolled her eyes.
Laura kind of pouts for him a little bit, like.
There. Volo turns to Enka and says, "Hey, your companion has a very delicate heart. You are blessed to travel in her company."
I know I'm blessed to travel in her company.
As Laura kind of speaks up now and says, "Look at him, he's crying." And she kind of wipes the tear off his face with a napkin.
About this time, just Enka's just like, oh god.
Laura knows not the ways of a male bard.
Exactly. Pretty much exactly what Enka was thinking. It's
And-
all a
My
show.
brother was a different type of bard. He was more dramatic and wears a mask, like no emotions, things like that. And it's like this is him actually showing emotion. He's sad. So Laura's like, no. I think the whole one crying. What the fuck?
It's the difference between a bard that majored in opera and a bard that majored in High School Musical.
Pretty much.
Yep. That's kind of what it
You
kind of what
hit
it
the nail
boils
on the
down to.
head.
So as he finishes up, and it's kind of uncanny the timing of this, as he sort of finishes up his tale, and as Elora is sort of just wiping his cheek with a napkin, a server comes up, and Enka, this server has a refill of your drink and has a refill of Elora's drink.
Raspberry wine.
And yep, has another raspberry wine and has a very tall fluted glass that appears to be filled with some sort of a you would almost say it looks like it's something that is liquid but filled with very tiny ice crystals. And it's got a garnish of some fruit, and it's got swirls in it. It's swirls of red and swirls of yellow and swirls of green that are in this tall fluted cup and or tall fluted glass. And he says, have either of you ladies ever had the pleasure of trying a daiquiri?
By the way, kind of back up just a little bit.
Okay.
When she was wiping the tear off of Volo's face, she's going to like, honey, don't touch that. You don't know where it's been.
Laura kind of like looking at him and drop it. Like, okay. After wiping one tear off his face, so it was dry. Like, and she'll look up to the like the really delicate drink. She's like, no, but it sure is pretty.
Oh yes, and it is very tasty as well. It's quite sweet, and it has all the flavors of a springtime bowl of fruit.
Well, then you go right ahead and have your fruit drink, and we'll continue to have ours.
Very well. Very well. So, and he takes a little sip of his drink. So tell me, what was some of the more interesting adventures that you have had since the last time you were in Waterdeep, Ms. Enka?
Here, there, everywhere. She kind of looks at Elora, or Ivy, Elora, and goes, why don't you tell him some stories?
She's kind of like confused. Like what? I haven't been here before. I have no recollection. She kind of numb on the straw a bit.
What have we been doing? You know, maybe tell him about your adventures after you left home.
And Volo turns back to Elora and says, it would be such an honor to hear even the smallest tale about something that you, some deeds that you and your traveling companions have accomplished. Why, as powerful and as accomplished as your traveling companions, Adamant and Galibar and Oyahusa and the others have been, I would not be surprised to hear that you all had maybe silenced the flames of war or had restored the balance to a place that you had visited, restored a kingdom. That is how accomplished your companions, and no doubt you yourself, my lady, are.
She kind of smile and look up and say, "The coins are wonderful." She'll kind of look into her bag of holding, and then she'll kind of bring it over his way and look up at the dresses. No one from my party knows this yet, but look. And she'll kind of show him like little bits of the 6 dresses that the queens gave her, besides the one that she picked out herself. But she'll look at them all and say, "Aren't they wonderful?"
Why, those are absolutely beautiful. Now, you must tell me that you're going to be wearing those, one of those for the Grand Masquerade Ball that's coming up at the end of the season.
Oh yeah, Jose was very adamant about that. Pun, adamant. Sorry. Oh, he was really pushing on that the other day in front of the councils. You must really like it, or is it a custom normally here?
Oh, yes. Waterdeep society runs on the custom of grand masquerade balls. There are at least 3 every year. There is one at the spring solstice, one at the spring equinox, one at the fall equinox, and one at the summer solstice. But now this year, with all of the events that have happened, they are marking the occasion of the grand reopening of one of the city's finest landmarks, the Grand Theater, which was nearly destroyed in a vicious attack by some horrible Githyanki some months ago. But the reconstruction on that is almost finished. And to mark the occasion of it reopening, there is going to be a grand masquerade ball. And I am certain that Lady Silverhand herself is going to invite you as some of her guests. I have it on good authority from some of my ears in the small council that you are going to be guests of honor of hers. Surely you all have received your invitations already.
Yes, I'm sure they're in the mail.
And he turns he turns and he looks at Enka, almost scandalized, and he says, "What? You mean the invitations have not yet been delivered to you?"
Well, the fact that we just got here like a couple of hours ago.
Oh, well.
Kind of hard for an invitation to be delivered, don't you know? When you don't have a permanent address.
Oh, well. Well, then, I will trust that you will act suitably surprised and honored when Lady Silverhand presents the invitations to you. I hope I have not spoiled any surprise for you.
Doubt it. Sorry. You're seeing a completely different side of Heather.
Mom in bad mood. Mom don't like this man.
Just a. That's nice. Thank you. Which means go away.
And
Oh, bless his little heart, which in I guess Southern culture means something else.
yeah. Well, bless his heart.
Bless his little heart.
And confirm.
And he seems to feel like he has stayed long enough to
Piss her off.
well, to at least make some inroads with one new member of the party. And so he will very politely and while seek the permission of both of you to take his leave. And I'm sure that Enka very heartily gives that permission. But what about Elora? When he asks Elora's permission to leave you all to your conversation and take his leave, will she say, what would she do?
Laura will kind of like give it a little huff and say, "Well, I didn't even get to the story behind the dresses or anything about the masquerade, but fine, bye." She'll kind of like turn up her nose and cross her arms a little bit.
Oh, I promise you, my lady, that I will be delighted to hear the story. I do believe your friend has would like some private time to have a conversation with you, and I just do not want to be I do not want to intrude on your privacy. I will.
I'll turn to Enka and say, "Well, we have things that we have to do today too, so we best be on our way or get ready."
Mm-hmm.
And so he will, getting permission from you both, he will stand up and give you both bows as though he is bowing to, not quite to queens, and but just a little bit less than he would bow to a queen. And Enka, you note that his bow towards Elora is slightly deeper. Again, that whole matriarchal society type thing that he just is putting on, and his bow to you is perfectly respectful, but it's almost like he seems to think that between the two of you,
she's the one worth messing with.
Well, or as a drow female, it's kind of like he's kind of like playing the law of averages, that she's sort of the alpha female. So, it would be, it's sort of that whole cultural thing. You both deserve respect, but because she's the alpha, she gets a little bit more respect.
But because I'll beat his ass, I get a little bit more leniency. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, you just don't mess around with drow women. And
especially if this one gets upset.
Yeah, not that you should mess around with any 7.5 foot tall woman with metal horns on her head either.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't mess around with drow women, because that's just like, that's bad news all the way around. So
and you don't mess around with Jim.
As Volo takes his leave from the table, we will go ahead and take our break. I have 5 minutes after the hour, so I'm going to go ahead and put the music on for about 10 minutes, and I will put the slate up, and we will be back with the second half of our session.
Leave it off with Laura saying, well, he was kind of nice. And Laura rolling her eyes like, oh, God, no.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, honey, you have so much to learn.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, and I will be back in a few minutes.
I think you guys will appreciate what I was working on while that conversation was going on.
Oh?
I posted it in the Discord chat.
Oh, I see it.
Pretty much.
I photoshopped his face onto Troy's face from the.
That is beautiful in another language.
Meanwhile, Enka's like, shoot, go away. That's awesome. That's perfect.
He needs to go get his head in the game.
So far, Laura's enjoying it here. It's much different, and yeah.
Let's just hope you can avoid like the Lord's Alliance.
The Lord's Alliance?
The Lord's Alliance. Yeah, the Lord's Alliance are they hate Drow.
Oh.
They kind of they're one of the people who like actively fight off Drow from coming up to the surface.
Okay, well, it looks like they're gonna die. Duh.
We could just hopefully like say like, hey, she's a diplomat. Don't. You being half
They actively say anything in front of her? Oof. Maybe not. Laura might throw some hands then.
You being a half Drow might actually help you in this situation, because there was a previous party member was a half Drow, and she was pretty high up in the clergy of was it Sune?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are examples of half Drow being good for the city.
Okay.
Drow, however, it's pretty much just Jarlaxle and like maybe a handful of others.
Fair.
And Jarlaxle is not exactly a good representation of good for the city.
Also fair.
He's a pirate.
Did bow down to Allure, so he still has some manners.
Out of fear. Because I told him in his head that you wanted to learn how to use a scourge. So he was like, well, I don't want to make her angry.
I like this. Allura having dominance. I like it. Other people don't, but I do. So if me and her are at the tavern, you're talking with your mother. Where's Adamant? I know we'll get to it, but
no, he was what we started on. He
okay.
He went to the temple. He explained the Temple of Mord, and then he went to go see if he could get his shield true polymorphed into a dwarf for a short amount of time.
Aw, that's cute.
And it failed.
Oh,
because
so now he's going back to the temple.
Yeah, the shield is a divine item created, turned into a shield by either Morden or one of his higher ups. And
That's not so cute. I'm sorry.
sadly, clerics and paladins do not get true polymorph.
Nope.
Warlocks do. So if there's a celestial warlock that's high enough level to have a 9th level spell, it might work. But it's not
Sorry
a divine
for your
spell.
loss.
It is pure arcane.
Well, I believe in the power of Adamant. He'll figure it out.
I think clerics get like regular polymorph. They just don't get true polymorph.
Nope, they don't even get regular polymorph.
Do the trickster clerics get it then? Because I know Jester from Critical Role has it.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, also some good news. So I don't know if I told you guys or not, but finally, after like 5 months, my Paint by Diamond sets are finally here. Yay.
Oh yeah. Trickster clerics get polymorph. Not true polymorph though.
Do I get true polymorph or forget?
Druids? Hold on a second, I'll look. No. True polymorph. It is Bard, Warlock, and Wizard.
Yeah.
You
So no,
probably get
not me.
shape change,
Yeah.
which is better.
Well, but when the bard gets it finally, you can maybe ask her.
Well, true polymorph is a fine spell.
You get shape change, which is just like a really freaking good version of that.
Yeah.
I'd argue that shape change is better. It's just more limited by that, in the sense that it can only target you.
Oh yeah, you could totally just use shape change to turn into a freaking dragon. As long as you are of a high enough level to equal its challenge rating, you could turn yourself into a dragon.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Which is why I really wish Galibar was a full caster, but no. He's a half
Why, so you can
caster.
just change into a dragon and just screw shit up?
Yeah, it's a 9th level spell, so it would be really late game. But I really want to get access to that spell in late game. It'd be freaking awesome. Just transforming into like an adult silver dragon.
The druid in my
And maybe
Saturday
one
night
day it
game.
might work. The druid in your Sunday night game?
Saturday night.
What about it?
She uses shape change frequently.
It's a really good spell. Sadly, only lasts for an hour though. You can use true polymorph to change into a dragon, and you'll just stay true polymorphed until you run out of health or you like dispel it, which is why it is kind of good. But unlike with shape change, you retain all of your abilities. With true polymorph, you don't.
My thing is I normally use my shape change, whatever it's called, for a more,
Shape.
yeah, for more out of character purposes. So role playing, or if we need to pick a lock on the other side and the other side doesn't have the lock kind of thing, I can just go over to the other side and unlock the door type deal.
Yeah, the only druid subclass that's really about using their wild shapes in combat after like level freaking 3 is the moon druid.
Yeah.
The other ones are like they use their wild shape for things that aren't transforming into animals, or they just use it for like if they need to fly up somewhere, they transform into a bird.
Yeah, they with a wild shape, the limitation, at least as the rules are written, is that the creature you wild shape into has to be a beast, which is a creature type. And at second level, you can get a creature that has a movement speed, like a walking or running speed. At fourth level, you can get one that has a swimming speed in addition to a walking speed. And then at eighth level, you can finally get one that has a flying speed. So, but it has to be a beast creature type. So that's the limitation for wizards. Or no, I'm sorry, for druids.
Sadly, your wild shape, thanks to you not being a moon druid, is capped at CR1. But
yeah.
It's okay.
You could turn into a giant eagle.
Yeah.
True, but my butterfly.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that any natural creature, even if it's not a creature that's specifically detailed in the monster manual, I would say any natural creature would qualify as a beast. So that would...
Monstrosities are usually created by magic.
Yeah. All right. So, welcome back, everybody, from the break. Hope you had a good break. Hope you got refreshed and everything. Okay, so we have spent a little bit of time with our characters once, and now we can sort of go back through the characters again. Adamant, you had gone to Blackstaff Tower, and you had discovered that, unfortunately, they don't have the ability to do anything with Lefgrim, because that's apparently a divine item, and they suggested you go to the Temple of Moradin. So I think you were eventually going to head back that way. Did you want to do anything in between?
No, easy, not wasting time with it.
Okay. So by this time, it's maybe an hour before sunset now. You've spent the better part of the day around the city, and you guys have been invited to stay with Lady Silverhand if you want. Obviously, those of you who have other options, other places to stay in the city, if you want to stay elsewhere, you can. But if you don't have any other lodgings already lined up, you have rooms available for you at the estate of Lady Silverhand. And, you're also welcome at her dinner table, which it's like, as a leader of a city, kind of an official like that, her table, while it's located in her house, it's kind of more like a formal restaurant where, there's a lot of dignitaries that eat there on a regular basis, and some of the business of the city gets done around her table and those types of things. So that's one option that you have for dinner, even though I know Adamant doesn't eat, but he would be thinking that, at some point, some of my colleagues may be going there for dinner. Perhaps none of them will. So as you muse over that, you find yourself walking into the Temple of Moradin. And you see the priest is there, and everything is back to operating as it had been.
Yes.
And what would you do?
He would seek out the head.
Okay. So you go find the head priest again, and he says, "Oh, Adamant, you're back again. Twice in one day. It's a rare blessing. How can we help you?"
Well, I'm looking to do a favor for my friend here. He pets Shield. And I went to the Blackstaff Tower, but they can't do it. It turns out that the shield was crafted by a divine being.
Yes. And he will. There's kind of a look that a couple of them pass between each other, and they then kind of come to a collective realization that, while you've had experiences that none of them have, you have not had a lot of the training that some of them have. And they will show you on kind of the inside edge of the shield. They will show you a few very subtle patterns that basically serve as like a maker's mark. And it to the priests that have been trained in how to read those, this will tell them that this was in fact forged in Dwarfhome.
Oh,
The shield was forged in Dwarfhome, and they will show you how to, and they will explain how to read those marks to show that. And I said, yes, it's this was forged by by one of Moradin's lieutenants that was working at the forges of Dwarfhome itself.
I see. Lefram here has been quite instrumental in some of the in the success I've had.
Oh,
And
no doubt.
I would like to have him return to a dwarven body, if only for a bit, so he could have himself a meal. He's been in this shield quite a lot.
And they look at each other, and the expression on the face of the head priest is astonishment, and the expression on your friend's face is consternation. And he's kind of looking at you, and it's that look that you've sometimes seen people give, where they wonder if you're trying to make some sort of humor at their expense. when, of course, Adamant is not necessarily versed in humor and rarely ever tries to make humor at anybody's expense, if he would ever do that. And then at least one other clergy member in the temple has a look on their face that is completely scandalized. And they, in fact, one of the people who has a scandalized look on his face, he had been called over from a forge, and he simply takes his forge hammer, lays it down on a table. He takes his forge apron off, and he just turns and he just walks out of the temple.
Oh.
And your friend looks at you, and the high priest has that still astonished look on his face. And your friend says, "Oh, Adamant, are you sure that this is what you would want?"
He has done much for the cause. We know that it might not be. We can't do it permanently. But he has served quite well in this.
There are a couple of other clergy now that have kind of come up, and they're sort of looking at the head priest, and they're looking at your friend, and they're looking at you, and they start kind of glowering at your friend. And he says, "Adamant, please come with me." And he begins to lead you out of the main temple and back towards his quarters. And he takes you into the little apartment where he lives, and he takes you into the sort of the sitting room. And he says, he sits down and he sort of he rests his forehead on the tips of his fingers, and he just sort of rubs his forehead, and his thumbs just sort of rub his cheeks a little bit. And he closes his eyes and he says, "By the gods, Adamant, do you know what you're asking the priest to do?"
I know it's something rather large.
And he looks up and he kind of seems exasperated with you. Like there are things that he maybe consciously or maybe subconsciously he doesn't realize just in some aspects how naive Adamant can be about certain things. And he says, "Damn it, man. You're asking him to change something that was forged in Dwarfhome itself. How could you even think to ask something like that of a cleric of Morden? Even on a temporary, that's like trying to say that you know better than Morden himself what form this should be."
Do
Well, Adamant, I understand you. You feel like you want to help this Lephrim, and this Lephrim may indeed have expressed that he wishes to feel the sun on his face and the heat of the forge and taste a drop of ale and, perhaps dance with a dwarvish lass again and feel the heat of the forge on his beard. But by all of Moradin's hammers, it's not his place to say that that's what should happen. It's not yours and not mine. That is the place of the gods to say. Do you even know why he is in this form?
Kind of looks at the shield. He's not told me yet. So.
Well, then I can tell you this. That shield was formed in Dwarfholm. So he's in that form because that's what Moradin wanted. And what Moradin commanded. And who are any of us to second guess what the great creator commands?
Takes a seat. Thinks to himself. Looks at the shield. Looks at his buddy. Looks back at the shield. Seems I was a bit misguided.
Oh, Adamant. You may be made of steel and inorganic material instead of flesh and bone and blood, but my dear Adamant, you sometimes have the softest heart of any dwarf I have ever met. I know that your wish comes from wanting to be helpful to others. But in this case, I think that if you really want to help your friend, he sort of indicates the shield, you should spend some time in contemplation to see if Moradin will reveal why he is in that form. Perhaps, certainly there is a need and a purpose for him being there. And maybe it's something that even Lephrim himself has forgotten.
This is possible. Oh. He's been like this for 2,000 years, said?
Yeah, I think at least 2,000. And
he's been around since first edition.
2,000 years is a long time for a dwarf to exist in any form. And doubtless, if there's something of his dwarven soul still left, it craves a change. But I'm sorry, Adamant. There is nobody here, and I don't think you could find a temple of Moradin anywhere on Toril that would even entertain such a request, for fear that every dwarf would wake up the next day with all of their gifts from Moradin gone.
Yes. I'm
And
sorry.
then he looks at your friend looks at the shield, and he says, if this Lethram can hear me, then I apologize to you for the fact that myself and my fellow clergy would not want to do what maybe you think is helpful, but you are in that form for a reason. And if you don't remember, I think Adamant will need to understand why and help you understand why. Perhaps that will give you the answers that you need. And in your mind, Adamant, you hear Lefram's response. Well, I suppose it was too much to ask for a mug of ale. I'm sorry to cause you this trouble, Adamant, but
Pats the shield affectionately.
well, perhaps maybe we can do something. Do you have any kind of divinations you can do that might help you discern what my purpose would be, other than to ride on your shield arm?
Well, I can spend time in contemplation. Perhaps it will be revealed to me upon prayer.
Well, that's probably good. Tell your friend that I hold no grudge against him or the other priests.
He passes that on.
And your friend says, very well. Adamant, I will go and offer explanations to the high priest. Some feathers have been ruffled this day, but I don't think it's anything that would cause any permanent discomfort with you in our midst. You are still a hero who has done more than 10 dwarves put together in terms of the adventures you've had and the revelations that Moradin has seen fit to allow you to experience. So you will be welcomed here again, but I think it will take some time for them to get over their shock.
Yes. In the meantime, I believe I will go start my prayers I have to do.
And he will say, very well. That sounds like a good idea. And then he offers you a kind of a generic blessing. And not a blessing in the magical sense, but just sort of a benedictory blessing, like the clergy would offer the flock of the faithful. And he will let you go. And as you leave, he's just sitting there, squeezing his temples, and kind of a wry smile on his face, like, gosh.
He just realized his best friend committed blasphemy.
Yeah, in the most innocent possible way.
So, he is going to go into the temple and start prayers.
Okay. Well,
Since he's used some spells and everything, he can actually do that through the night into the morning.
okay. Okay, well, there's a little chapel, and you notice when you ask for a place that you can go and pray, you notice that the clergy leads you to a little chapel that, on the floor plan of the Temple of Moradin, is referred to as the Chapel of the Penitent.
Mm-hmm.
So they lead you over there, and they give you your privacy to let you do your prayers. And so we will leave Adamant for the moment with his prayers over there.
You came to the temple seeking to give something in terms of what happened in Kamigawa, but they said no, so you found another reason.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you. By golly, you were determined to do prayers of penance, and now you have a good excuse.
Yep.
At least as far as the dwarves in this temple are concerned, you have a good excuse. All right. So that is Adamant. Now, Galibar. We last saw you with your mother, having some conversations, a little bit about family history and a little bit about Waterdeep politics. And we'll say it's now about an hour before sundown. And you think to yourself, okay, your mother has already told you you're welcome to stay here, and you know that you have, you guys have open invitations to stay with Lady Silverhand. It's not like you're required to be there, but you have open invitations to be there. So what would Galibar want to do? Would he want to take his dinner and stay in the house of his mother, or would he want to return to Lady Silverhand's estate and stay with his friends?
He will say he will stay there while he's here in Waterdeep.
Okay.
There is something he wanted to do before he goes to bed, though.
Oh, okay. That's perfectly fine.
He wanted to walk down to the Gladiator pits and maybe talk to the people there and maybe set up a coming back match to reclaim his title.
Okay. So he will
I'll use my last first level spell to disguise self again.
Okay. All right. So your mother will say that she's sure that your friends at the arena will be happy to see you, and that she'll dinner will be ready for you anytime you return, and that you can speak with her if you want later in the evening, or you can turn in when you get back. And she's just glad to have you at home. So Galibar goes ahead and walks over to the arena. And of course, as you get into that section of the city and get closer, there's all of the familiar streets and neighborhoods, and your feet sort of know the way of their own accord as you get close enough. But you do walk by places where there's still some scaffolding up, and there are some buildings that are in the process of being rebuilt. All of the rubble that was caused in the attacks has long since been cleared away. So there's no, there's no piles of bricks or, toppled walls or anything like that are around that are unsightly. But there are buildings that do have scaffolds up, and you can see that walls have been partially rebuilt or roofs have been partially rebuilt. There's a couple of places that are still showing some charring, like they suffered fire damage in the attack from the Githyanki. But for the most part, everything seems like it's fully restored or in the process of being restored. And then you get to the Gladiator pits, and you go in, and I think we had... Did we have...
We just have a map for it.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the people that were there. Did we have names for the people that you interacted with?
We had the name of Xandri's and Galibar's trainer.
That's right, we did. So that's what I need to do. I need to go back.
Everybody else was on NPC mode.
Okay. That's what I need to do. I need to go to okay. I need to go to the session logs. There we go. Look at the notes we had for her. Dorifil. Dorifil Cathaniel. Okay. Yes, he is a... Okay, where do we go? We go here. We go here. Your contact at the Gladiator arena is... Okay. Okay, there we go. So you go into the pits there, or into the Gladiator arena, and no, you don't find him, because he got kidnapped or he went missing after the Githyanki attacked. That's right. That's what happened to him.
There would still be plenty of people there, I know. We just didn't name them.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and we'll pull up a name for somebody new. Let's give us a cool... half-orc trainer. Okay. That's a good name. Baradark. Okay. Oops. Yeah, Baradark is a half-orc trainer, and he's somebody you recognize from the old days. He was, in fact, probably your first trainer until you developed your skills to a point that he had taught you everything that he could, and your skills kind of were better than his. And then that's when they graduated you to training with Dorifil. Because Dorifil kind of worked with the most elite fighters at the arena. Because he had been Xandra's trainer while she was champion, and your trainer up until and during your time as champion. And so Baradark is there, and he notices you come in, and he says, "By the gods, it's Galibar! Galibar, welcome! Welcome, my boy!" And he puts his arms out to give you a big warrior's salute and, pull you in for a warrior's hug. And then he says, "How? It's so good to see you back in Waterdeep. When did you arrive?"
I arrived, I believe it was earlier today. I've been busy. I had to talk with Lady Silverhand. Then I went and talked with the Paladins of Bahamut. And then I went and talked to my mother, also who was my sponsor, by the way. She was the lady who would visit me here.
Wait, the Dragonborn? That was your mother? Oh,
Yes.
well. And then he sort of looks he looks at the scales on your arms, and he says, "Oh, well, yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it?" Huh.
There are some changes that I cannot wait to show you. There's a reason I'm here today. I heard that that somebody might have taken up the champion status while I have been gone. Is that true?
Well, of course it's true. I mean, you have graduated from the arena and have gone on to become a hero in the realms beyond. So here at the arena, we need a champion of the arena who is someone that fights in the arena on a regular basis. After all, the arena is entertainment for the folk of the city, and they need to have their heroes who are here every day to remind them of the heroes that are defending them out in the world beyond, and even if I understand it, beyond this world, even. Don't quite understand how that works, but it's said that you and your companions have had tremendous adventures.
Yes, I wanted to. Even though I'm not sure how long I will be in this city, I would like to, well, face this new champion, if possible. I would like to show off my new strength, as I should say, and he'll crack his knuckles and drop the disguise self.
And Bardock takes a step back when the disguise drops and says, "Oh, my heavens! My heavens! How has this happened? You now seem mostly half dragon. I don't understand this."
Well, it's a combination of my bloodline. I do have half dragons in my ancestry, as well as a boon from a guardian dragon in one of the other planes after I assisted in defeating and purifying one of their own.
Oh, good heavens! Good heavens! What?
I'm also more skilled with magic than I used to be.
Incredible, my boy! Incredible. Well, I always knew there was something special about you. You, to this day, I have never seen anyone who picked up the art of combat as quickly as you, and seemed as just naturally gifted in the ways of the various weapons and martial techniques that we have. You learned things in less than a week that it took most gladiators a year or more to learn. Astonishing. I always knew you were destined for great things, but that is truly remarkable.
I'm going to ask you an honest question here. Is this champion that has taken my place, are they as strong as I was when I left?
As strong as you were when you left? I don't think so. In fact, you probably will remember. You probably will remember our champion. If you studied your opponents as carefully as I believe you did, you remember the half-orc Karazar. And go ahead and make an intelligence check for me. And this is like an intelligence check to see if that name registers.
Natural 20.
It's like, oh yeah, you do remember Karazar. Karazar is a female half-orc. She's probably the physically strongest female half-orc you have ever met. And she could hold her own against you longer than just about anybody that you fought against in the gladiator pits. Now that they say that she is the new champion, that tracks. It's like, oh yeah, okay. It's like she made you. Occasionally, she would make you work for a win. In the way that most everybody else would never be able to do. You had more stamina than she did, and especially when you would go into your rage, you could deal out more damage than she could, and eventually you just would kind of overpower her in your matches. But there were times that you remember fighting her when you almost had to force yourself to remember, hey, wait a minute, yes, I've faced her before, I've defeated her before, this is what I've had to do, because she could strike so hard and so fast that it would kind of almost make you panic a little bit, and you'd kind of almost lose your focus a bit. And you're pretty sure that ferocity is as much as her own physical strength is what serves her well in being the champion.
as the champion, she's the strongest person here, including like the trainers, right?
She's the strongest of the fighters, yes. And because the trainers are generally older, yes, it would be safe to presume that she is probably physically stronger than they are at this time. You know, some of them may have been stronger than her at one point when they were at their prime and fighting. But she's probably stronger than they are right now, yes.
Galibar says, it seems in my strive to get stronger, I have possibly become too strong to be competing here. That is a little disheartening, but maybe I could at least spar with this, with her. Is she here?
I believe that she is training now. Yes, she was training earlier today, so she will either still be training or she will be resting in the recreation area.
Okay, well, I'll check out the training area first. And he's keeping the disguise off because he doesn't want to spend another freaking spell slot on it for a 5th time today. He will just walk into the training area.
Okay. Yeah, as you walk in, there's, people see you come in and there's double takes. And, obviously the upper part of your head with the sets of horns that you are sporting now, that has changed. But there are certain aspects of your appearance that people who know Galibar well would see are familiar. But
My face didn't change.
Yeah, okay. So
just a different color.
Your face is a different color, and you have different horns and stuff going on your head and whatnot, and more scales and all of that kind of stuff. And so they people will do a double take when they see you, and some people you can sort of see that, wait a minute, is that? And then some of them are like, no, that can't be. And other people are like, they just like keep looking back at you like, really? Is that really? But they don't come up and talk to you, because in this training area, people are all working at different exercises, or they are working with trainers, or they're sparring, or things like that. So they're kind of focused on what they're doing, and they don't just like willy-nilly wander around and chat with other people or talk to people they're walking through. But as you look around and take in this area, you do not see Karazar here. So that would likely mean that she is in the sort of the recreation area, according to what you were told.
Yeah, I'll go to that area then.
Okay. You go back to the recreation area, and there are recreation in the Gladiator arena takes many different forms. There are, of course, saunas and hot water tubs that people can like soak aching muscles in. And there are benches where people can have sore backs or arms or legs massaged by masseuses. And then there are places where people can sit and sort of play board games, which are kind of, more like games that for you as a player would seem more probably like chess or checkers or something like that. For your character would be something probably along the line of stones, where it's different colored stones that you move on a board, and the way they move is dictated by the rules of the game and the color of the stones and their starting position on the board. And so you notice that Karazar is in here, and she is seated up to her shoulders in one of the steaming tubs of water.
Is
And
it out in the open?
yeah, this area here is more or less in the open, because everybody here is a gladiator, and kind of they're all like brothers and sisters in arms. It's kind of like thinking about sort of being back in the backstage area of a wrestling show, where all the wrestlers sort of hanging out together and whatnot, before they go out and have their matches and whatnot. And they might be discussing the the things they're going to be doing, or talking or whatever, or doing something that's completely unrelated to the game, and just hanging out. But she just seems to be in that tub, and her eyes are just lightly closed, like she's just sort of relaxing. And she has the look of someone who is sort of letting the heat just get into all of the aches in the muscles and everything that she's been experiencing.
Galibar. What was her name again?
Karazar. Let me go ahead and give that to you.
Orc names are difficult.
All right. Okay, so yeah, you see her over there, and she's just kind of hanging out.
Galibar will walk into the room where everybody is, and he'll say, Baradark has told me that somebody has taken my title while I was away.
And says Galibar's voice sounds the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay.
I mean, his voice box didn't change.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just didn't know whether whether you had imagined his voice being any changed, either deeper or more resonant or anything like that. So you speak, and one of her eyes open, or actually both of her eyes open, and she looks at you, and there's kind of a smile that blooms on her face, but at the same time there's like a questioning look in her eyes, and she says, Galibar, is that you?
I think Discord.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're getting really robotic, Chris.
Discord.
Yeah, you're just
crashed.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I didn't hear anything past she opened both of her eyes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well then, she opens her eyes and she gives you a smile, and but there's kind of a questioning look in her eyes, and she says, Galibar, is that you? And I think we lost him. Or either that, they lost me.
I can still hear you fine.
Yeah, we still got you. Yeah, he's not
Okay.
in the chat. He's not.
Okay.
He's typing in the Roll20.
Okay. Leave it up to lovely Discord. All right. Back. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll try this a third time.
Galibar and it crashed again.
Yeah. So you announce somebody took my title, and you see her eyes open, and a smile blossoms on her face, but at the same time there's kind of a questioning look in her eyes, and then she says, "As I live and breathe, Galibar, is that really you?"
Yes, it is. And I was told that you were the one to take my title when I was gone. You are the only one I would deem worthy of it anyway. But
And she says, "Oh, you honor me, Galibar, and I currently have the honor to hold the title of champion of the arena. But of course, nobody has taken your crown or held the title of champion for as long as you have. It will be a long time if I am blessed with the strength to retain the title, that I am able to hold it as long as you did. But you're back in Waterdeep. You're here for a visit. You come to watch the fights?
I'm not sure how long I will be here. But I was actually hoping to be in a fight, but it seems that through my journeys I have become strong to the point where nobody would really pose much of a fight. To be honest, as you can see, there have been some changes. I am now essentially a half-dragon. So, yeah.
Yes, and I say magnificent. You look magnificent, Galibar. It's incredible, the transformation. How did this happen?
Well, I've always had draconic blood running through my veins, but it usually didn't affect me outside of a few scales that I got from my mother's side. But that, along with a boon I have gained when I traveled to a different world and met some dragon guardians, I assisted them in defeating and purifying another one of their own that had been corrupted. So they, as a reward, awakened what a draconic ancestry in me that hadn't already been awakened.
Well, my goodness. So you are coming for a match. Well, I wonder. I wonder if there wouldn't be some cause for some sort of an exhibition match. Perhaps the champions of the arena against the former champion. Perhaps it could be sort of a Royal Rumble, if you will, where the last one standing would win a special title. but there were no rules about joining up with other combatants to eliminate whoever someone deemed the biggest threat in the arena until they were gone, and then allow the remainders to battle it out amongst themselves. That might be an interesting concept.
I think I would enjoy that, but in the way you worded it, it does seem like everybody would just target me immediately.
Well, I dare say that with all of us, unfortunately, some of the gladiators fell in the attack from the Githyanki, but in general, the racial makeup of the gladiators has not much changed. There are half orcs and elves and dwarves and humans and other folk that are in here. Same as it was when you were here, and even a few dragonborn that are part of the arena. But clearly, looking at you next to everyone else, you would stand out as the one everyone would presume would be the biggest threat. So you should expect that everyone would gang up on you. And I have to say that, I've always respected your reign as champion. I'm not sure I much like this hubris that has seemed to creep into you with this transformation.
To
Yeah.
be honest, it's the things that I have fought in the last adventures that I have been on. I haven't exactly. Well, when I left, I was still. It's hard to explain. With the addition of being part dragon, as I am now, there is a pride that came with it. I don't believe there's a dragon alive that doesn't feel pride in their abilities. But let's just say, fighting the dragon guardian, something near the power of what seemed to be a deity, has put in me some bravado. Yes. I do like this. The reason I like this ability so much is it could actually be a rather fun and somewhat challenging thing with everybody targeting me. So that is
no
why I would
doubt.
enjoy it. I don't think it will be some easy match. You certainly posed a challenge to me back before I got these powers.
Well, I'm glad to know that. And yes, I hear what you are saying. I have never had the fortune, or I'm sure I would find it misfortune, to have to face a dragon, guardian, as you say, or otherwise. But I know the stories that are told. I've heard all the tales of the bards. And yes, you are right that draconic blood does seem to, or all dragonkind do seem to have a great streak of pride that sometimes the way the bards tell it is their undoing in the face of cunning adventurers. Now, knowing your prowess in the arena, I would not once allow myself to think that you would ever overlook an opponent. You always, one of the things that I always admired about you is your ability to study your foe, both before a match and even during a match, and learn what could best avail you of the prowess to defeat them. How you could use your abilities and your strength and your speed to prevail in the match. That's always something that I found amazing, and I tried to learn from that. Perhaps it's one of the reasons that I have been fortunate enough to win and hold the title since you have been absent. But now, yes, I know that your presence, your charisma, and this draconic, I don't know what to call it, this draconic pride, as you put it, would make you a huge hit with the audiences, and everyone would go crazy seeing you fight in the arena. It would be the biggest spectacle since I don't know when.
There was that after the attack, there was that charity event that I initiated where I had that fist fight with my Warforged friend.
Oh yes, that one went on for days. You know, I'll have to tell you, I actually won good money on that fight. Do you know?
You bet me. I'm flattered.
Well, do you know there were quite a few people who, once that battle started, they didn't think that he would be able to outpunch you, but they thought that he would just outlast you until you tired yourself out and you fell over from exhaustion trying to strike him. But I said, no, Galibar will find a weakness and he will be able to prevail. And sure enough, you did. It took a while, but I won some good money on side wagers. I will not tell you who wagered against you. I'm sure you have your own ideas, and you're probably right about that.
I'm glad some people voted against me, or else nobody would have won money.
This is true. Yes, that was a wonderful event. But I think this would even, well, it may not have the grandeur and spectacle of that grand melee that involved all of the different folk from the different organizations in the city. But in terms of the arena audience, this would be one of the finest events that we have seen. If you will give me a moment to get my towel, we should go to the head trainers and talk to them and see what they think about this sort of melee. I think it will be a lot of fun.
Yes. It'd probably bring a lot of people back to the arena.
Oh, undoubtedly it would.
We might even get people outside of the arena wanting to join up.
I would hope not. We wouldn't want to have to go easy on them.
I don't believe I've ever gone easy on somebody. I don't think I ever will.
No. I don't expect you ever would. And so she'll grab her towel and get out of the tub and walk with you back to the offices where the trainers are. And there are several other gladiators from the old days that you recognize, and they'll sort of greet you and clap hands on your shoulders and, kind of take a look at you, and they'll ask for the story. And so Galibar repeats the story several times as you go. And so we'll leave that little vignette as they are headed off to the offices to talk to them. All right. And then we go back to Elora and Enka, who were getting ready to leave the Yawning Portal. And last time we saw you, and where were you ladies headed?
Enka, their power was messing up, so they left.
Oh, no.
It'd just be now.
Oh, no. Okay.
Or doesn't do well on her own.
Enka was suddenly struck with a bit of narcolepsy.
Aya and Enka both passed out. They got a room. They're chilling.
Okay.
Laura, on the other hand, she'll probably head to the park again, if that's possible, because she doesn't know anywhere else to go in this very big, messy place.
There's this giant area of nature and houses over here.
But this is Laura's first time. She doesn't know how to get there.
Yeah. We'll say that Enka would take Elora back to Lady Silverhands for now. Because when they get outside, they realize it's kind of getting close to evening. And since neither Enka nor Elora have have any other kind of arrangements for lodging here in town, Oyahusa has disappeared, so there's no chance of having any connections with him. And when you get to Lady Silverhands, you realize, Oyahusa hasn't been back here either. So he's apparently gone somewhere. And I suppose at some point, Adamant, would you envision Adamant doing prayers through the night at the temple? Through the evening and through the night?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then, as it turns out, it's just Enka and Elora that are at Lady Silverhands for the dinner. And there are some of the small council, and Lady Silverhand has managed to engineer it such that Jarlaxle Bayenray has been invited to another party this evening, so he is not at the estate.
Aww.
And he is not there, but Lady Silverhand is there, and Barnabas Blastwind is there, who is one of the other people that you guys had met at that initial council meeting when you first got back to Waterdeep. And so she will say, Well, Enka, Alora, it's a pleasure to see you. How was your afternoon?
Laura kind of gets a little bit of shakes as talking to someone so important, like with only Enka here and not knowing where anyone else is, if they're in danger or whatever. Even though they said they were safe, Laura doesn't quite know yet. Laura will kind of look up to her and said, weird guy approached us in the tavern and he really talked a lot and yeah. The park's pretty.
Oh, so you got to experience the Yawning Portal.
Yes, Voodoo? Follow, that's his.
Volo. Oh, you met Volo. And Barnabas Blastwind just sort of rolls his eyes and squeezes his temples and says, "Oh, that one is a troublemaker. I hope he didn't bother you and Enka too much, did he?"
Laura kind of posts it and says, he started crying. And he took after, Featherman. He has a very polite bow.
And they look and they say, "Oh, Jarlaxle. He reminded you a bit of Jarlaxle. Well, now why doesn't that surprise me?" says Lady Silverhand, and gives Barnabas a knowing look, and the two of them just sort of grin at each other. And yes, that sounds about right. One of them may be a human, the other one may be a drow, but they are two kindred spirits if there ever were any.
Laura kind of chuckles and says, very well. Very well. She kind of rubs back of her neck kind of awkwardly, like, oh, what am I supposed to do?
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead if you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. She will say, well, since you two are Enka, you have visited the city before, but as I understand it, you did not have any previous connections here. And Elora, since this is your first time in the city, I will extend you the same offer that I did your companions after Trollskull Manor was destroyed in the Githyanki attack. You may have accommodations in the guest wing of the estate here for as long as you are here in Waterdeep. You can stay under my roof as guests of the house. I hope that you will treat it as if it were your own home, and just feel like you have a full run of the guest wing. I will remind you that over in the official side of the building, we do have the offices for city business, all rather boring, I'm sure, unless you have a natural penchant for politics. You would be welcome to come over there, but during the day when I am in my official role, I will be meeting with dignitaries and merchants and nobles and representatives of all of the guilds of the city to conduct the business of the city throughout the day. But you all should just make yourselves comfortable as my guests. And I did want to tell all of you, but I will let the two of you know first. During the recent Githyanki attacks several months ago, a lot of the major landmarks of the city were damaged. And one of them was a very famous theater over in the theater district. And this is about to reopen. It will be not next 10 day, but the 10 day after next. And there is going to be a grand gala, a masquerade ball to celebrate the reopening of the temple. And if you all do not have other plans, then it would be my honor to have you and your traveling companions as my personal guests at this masquerade ball. Does that sound like something that would be of interest to you?
Laura was still lost in her thought of saying that I had the whole left, right wing, the guest room wing to myself and saying, treat it as my home. So she's like, how many plants can I put up there? And then going to the courts and things like that and says, this place really needs a lot more plants. And she's thinking about how many things she can jump in there and just scream plants and then run away. And then whenever she comes to back to the masquerade ball, she'll kind of like snap back into focus and say, yes, I'm more than happy to come to the masquerade ball. So it's the same with everyone else. I know Oyahusa was very happy to her pushy on it at the dinner the talking table. And she'll kind of nod, kind of hold on to Enka's arm a little bit more frustrated.
And Lady Silverhand will say, well, that's splendid. That's splendid. I know that all of Waterdeep society will be so happy to see that the heroes that kept the damage to the city from being any worse than it was will be attending the ball. And there will be many important and powerful people that you all will be able to meet that will be able to help you as allies in the business that you need to conduct here until your business calls you away to another plane again. Speaking of that business, I had a report this evening that the tugrit oil that you all brought back from Kamigawa is of the highest quality. So I want to commend you on a job very well done. And they say that there will be some reserve that is available. So they are beginning to load up the machinery with the oil. And
Laura seems very happy whenever she says, oh yeah, it's very high quality. As Laura says, well, everything around me is high quality. As she kind of reaches into her bag of holding and pulls out the jar of dirt again and says, it's really good quality. She kind of turns the glass a little bit and looks healthy whenever it falls and everything. But I'm really happy that the machines are working well. Same with the plant growth and everything.
And Barnabas kind of looks at the jar of dirt, and he's got this sort of inscrutable look on his face, like, okay, maybe this is some aspect of drow culture I'm not familiar with, but you definitely are not what he expects from a drow. And Lady Silverhand she seems such the practiced hostess that she smiles pleasantly and acknowledges that you are, as though this is the most wonderful thing in the world, even though she may not have any idea what this dirt is supposed to be, but she just seems to think it's wonderful because you presented it to her, or because you shared it with the folks at the table. So it's like,
But question: do you have phases, like a lot of them?
Vases, like for plants, or would you mean
Yeah.
more like decorative? Oh, okay. Yes. The um the greenhouse. The greenhouse out in the back of the estate. We have lots of vases there, and we bring fresh cut flowers every day and put them in various parts of the house. It's always nice to have fresh flowers.
Laura used to have a really big smiley face on her, and then she said fresh cut flowers, and Laura's face drops and just stares at her. Like she just hurt a part of Laura so bad. It's just like fresh cut flowers.
Then I guess in the earlier adventures, it would have come out that that Elora has, is a druid, and she says, Lady Silverhand says, yes, the gardeners do their best, but of course we are not blessed to have a full-fledged druid on staff here at the estate. So they must do what they can. We only cut the flowers once the pollinators have visited them, and we put them on display for the guests of the house. We make sure that the plants remain as healthy as we can keep them, so that they will continue to thrive and produce more lovely blooms, as much as we can coax them to do so.
Laura's face still seems a little bit down. She goes on to a big, huge rant of what cutting flowers do, and if it, in majority of the time, leads to like a soon death, and just taking it up all by the roots and everything will make it or live longer and live healthier. And if you put it in a vase, and the root can still grow, and then it can still be healthy, and then it could still live, and it could still have like a family, and it could still have friends instead of taking a child away from its mother, and and just keep on rambling on so upsetly, like.
There's kind of this slightly uncomfortable looks that get exchanged between some of the other people at the table, like, because people here in the city are, they have dealt with druids, but most of the druids they have dealt with are kind of urban druids, and they haven't really dealt with truly druids from the truly wild places of the world. And clearly they recognize, okay, you are someone who,
It's crazy, yes.
not who's crazy, but who really has a finger on the pulse of the natural world that is far beyond the walls of city living. And so they eventually this turns into an invitation from Lady Silverhand that in the morning you can meet with some of the gardeners and perhaps find out some of the techniques they're currently using and see if you can offer them some better solutions to work more with the plants instead of using the bounty of the plants.
Laura would like that.
Okay. Okay, well, after the dinner, there's the city of Waterdeep is in some ways a city that never sleeps, but for all that she has the title of the Open Lord of Waterdeep, Laurel Silverhand winds up keeping a very modest schedule. She entertains people when it's necessary for her to do so, but otherwise she kind of closets herself away and studies whatever proposed legislation or issue papers, things that she knows people are going to bring before her in the coming days. And, she'll kind of closet herself away in her own office to do that. And while guests are clearly free to go out into the city and pursue any kind of nightlife options that they want, there's really not a whole lot that goes on after the dinners here on most nights. Once the dinner guests leave, the place pretty much kind of shuts down. And so Elora and Enka would find themselves able to go back to their rooms, and clearly you're not going to miss anything because there's not going to be anything that's going on. So would Elora want to go ahead and kind of turn in, or would she want to do something else?
So after the dinner and everyone leaves and everything starts winding down and she gets escorted to her room, she'll kind of look around and make sure everything's safe, still on guard about if anyone's in here or anyone's watching or things like that. So she'll do the same thing with her other room she had. And lock all the doors and the windows. All that is covered with vines and flowers. And just have a big, huge wall of just green.
Okay. All right.
She went poison ivy on this room.
Yeah.
Enka will get the bed. Laura will find the corner to sleep in. The corner of the bed.
Yeah. Enka will sleep on the furniture bed. Elora will sleep on the bed of flowers and petals and foliage that have fashioned themselves as a cushion for her.
Yep.
All right, and as the two of them settle down, since we've had some technology issues that has taken Enka from the game early tonight, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up the session there. As a reminder for the players and for those of you wonderful folks who have visited us online tonight, thank you for being in the stream. We will not be here next Sunday for session 98 of the Walker of Waterdeep. I have a conflict next Sunday, so we will not be playing then, but we will be back in 2 weeks for session 98 of the Walker of Waterdeep. thank you guys once again for dropping by, and players, thank you for being here today. And we look forward in a couple of weeks when Ken is back. We'll hear all of his fish stories about everything he caught. And viewers,
Can we pull a prank and say that he woke up beside Volo in his bed?
no. Well, I'll let the players decide, the audience decide if we want if we want to do that. Okay, so yeah, be thinking about that, audience. If we want to have Oyo prank Oyo and say that he wakes up and Volo is there in his room.
Well, it seemed like they had a bromance going on for me. Come on.
Might be a good way to get rid of Volo.
Right? I feel bad because I hate on him so much every game that I beat him in.
To be fair,
Well,
Wizards of the Coast made him very hateable.
Yeah. They did a good job of making him the kind of guy that you love to just despise. All right, so Skyland says that it sounds like a good idea. So Skyland says we should do it. All right. For those of you on the stream, I want to let you know that we will be back tomorrow night, or I will be back tomorrow night on Monster Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And this week we are going to be looking at the history of the Ifrit in D&D. So starting from the time it was first introduced in the game and bringing it all the way up to the present, and strategies for using it in campaigns, combat strategies for fighting against it, sort of how you can place it in a campaign, and then how you might be able to reskin the monster. Then on Thursday night, we will be back at Thursday night, 8 p.m. for the Sword Coast Chronicles. We are still in the land of Barovia, and the party is facing a horde of undead that apparently have been called out of their graves because they did something that Strahd didn't like very much. They allowed Irina Kolyana to get away from Strahd's clutches and disappear to the celestial realms along with her beloved Sergei. That didn't go over very well with Strahd. And then Saturday night, we'll be back for our third session of the Greyhawk Saturday Night, second edition D&D campaign, where we are right now playing through the early stages of the Temple of Elemental Evil, as they are trying to clear out the old moat house just down the road from the village of Hamlet. So you can join us for some trips down memory lane in that particular campaign. And then, like I said, 2 weeks we'll be back for Walker of Waterdeep. All right, everyone. I am going to go and take a look and see who all from the Game Rebel team might be doing something interesting. And we are going to go ahead and raise them. Okay. Casper's is playing RuneScape. That looks like fun. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to raid Casper's. Casper's GG. All right, everyone. Thank you guys for being with us tonight. Take care. We will talk to you next time. Hope we see you on some of the other streams, and go check out all the archives over on our YouTube channel. Good night, everyone.